How's it going? How are we doing? Might as well start now, eh? There we go. Hello tinfoil, how's it going? We're doing maybe wait a couple of minutes before folk start. As folk start filtering in. Yeah, we're gonna do a wee end of year stream here, which should be a bit fun. And just chat about the stuff that's gone through the year. I'm really quiet. Is that any better? That should be better now. Sorry about that. No voice, only music. I mean, it should. I don't know why oh, okay, that's better. Cool. Sound. Yeah, here we are. Doing a wee end of year stream. And just chatting about what's congrats on the list. Yeah, exactly. We'll start off with so we're gonna switch between wines today because the first one is a glass of quality wine, like actual good wine, that my flatmate gave me. So we'll start on this lovely glass of red wine. I've not tasted it yet, but I imagine it's gonna be really nice. And then we'll move on to the swill. We'll move on to the terrible swill that I normally drink because that's part of the fun. Yeah, so the plan for today was to just sort of go through some of the stuff from the year, chat about old videos, chat about whatever. I don't, you know how these things go. I might start with a plan, I might not actually even do it, and then talk about some of the weird things that have happened during the week. So we'll get started. I don't know what this wine's called. I think it had a French name. Might have been French, might have been not French. And I don't remember what it's called. But we'll test it. God damn, that's delicious. God damn, that's delicious. That's one of those wines that you're like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, the wine. That's how wine can taste. That's how good it can be. It's an American wine. Okay, it's American. It's nice. Hello, Alex. Welcome to the first stream. What we do here is we drink wine and we sort of chat and talk shit and watch me generally get worked up about something, but that tends to be about an hour in before I actually get worked up about things. Yeah, no, this is a lovely wine. This is a very nice wine. We will have one of these and then we'll get back onto the swill. Hello, Liz. Welcome along. I feel like the terrible wine is part of the brand now. Yeah, I feel like that's just generally. I mean, that's sort of half the fun, isn't it? Just seeing whether or not the wine is going to be good or bad. I kind of like the anticipation of it. So will it be a terrible one today? Will it not? Oh, nice Irish whiskey. That's nice. You know what? I might have a Bailey's later on. To get me in the sort of Christmassy mood, I might just have a wee Bailey's. Oh man, we're all having some good drinks today on a Sunday night. The holiday spirit has fucking filled us all. Hello, Luke from Las Vegas. Welcome along with your cactus. A glass of water can be good. Everyone, you gotta stay hydrated. You just have to stay hydrated. That's an important part. Oh no, Liz, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. Argentina won the World Cup. I didn't notice. I wasn't watching. I have been caught up editing the video, trying to finish editing the next video, which will be out for everyone on Wednesday. Because as my flatmate pointed out, that would obviously be the time to put out a video about how Wednesday Addams is a bad show. but also, I mean, it's not a downer video. It's also about how the Addams Family, especially the two movies from the 90s, are brilliant, because those two movies are fucking brilliant and I love them. But that video should be out on Wednesday for everyone. I'll try and get it up for patrons on the Tuesday, and maybe Monday, depending on how. Probably not Monday, because I'll be getting a train up to Scotland at like 7 o'clock tomorrow, so I could maybe get up. It depends how fast I get this last bit of editing done. It depends whether the quote read I've got gets back to me on time, whether or not I can get it up on Monday. But I'll try, so patrons have a couple days early access, and what else? What else was I gonna say there? Oh yeah, there should be some images out as well later today for patrons of the upcoming video. I'm at this stage very pleased with it. I think it's gonna be a good video. There's one section, so here's some behind the stage fucking peek behind the curtain from me. About a month ago, one of my contact lenses fucked up, so I've not had contact lenses for about a month. And my new ones I'm getting once like tomorrow, and which meant that when I was filming the video, this is why I'm wearing glasses today. When I was filming the video, I had to wear one contact lens, which meant I had to be like winking at the screen when I was reading the script. But it also meant that I didn't notice that one of the sections is slightly out of focus, which is really annoying. It's not enough to like warrant a refilming, but it's just slightly out of focus. That's kind of annoying. That has annoyed me. But aside from that, it should be a good video. It's fun, and I think it's quite good. Oh man, the initial conflict. I won't talk about it right now, because if I do talk about it, I'll just spoil the whole video for everyone, so I won't bother. But yeah, it's a bad show. It's a bad show. And yeah, fuck Tim Burton and everyone involved, except from Jenna Ortega, who does a good job. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Hamlet. Yeah, that video did not do well. I don't think it's reached. I was hoping it would reach 10,000 views, but it hasn't so far. I don't think, which is a bit annoying. I quite liked that video. I didn't think it would do that well, because it's not one of those topics that people are like, oh, finally someone's talking about globalization. We've all been thinking about globalization for so long. And finally, someone comes along and does the definitive take. It wasn't. Nobody had globalization on the tip of their tongue. But I thought it was a good enough video, and I was hoping it would do slightly better than it did. But we'll move forward. Hopefully, this fucking Addams Family video, because media, as we all know, media analysis stuff does better on YouTube than their straight politics content. Here's the thing. Does anyone want to take any bets right now? And I can't give any away because I've not finished the editing and I don't know how many times I'm going to declare that I am baffled throughout this video, because I have an ongoing baffled counter, and it's climbing. The baffled counter is climbing. Seven tinfoil paint. That would be that It's a guess. 42 is maybe too much. Somewhere between 7, 42, 13 might be an interesting. 13, 12. That might be closer to it. Than anything else. Baffle counter 15. Okay, keep those things in mind. You won't win a prize, because at this point, again, I don't know. You won't win a prize, but you will get the smug satisfaction of knowing that you are right, and that's better than any prize. And what Christmas is all about, really. God, this is lovely. the baffle levels are over 9,000. 20 could be getting it. The thing is, it's not. Tamash, come on, Tamash. You're not. You just gave me some wine. That's. Come on. I should do a word cloud from my video scripts. That would be quite funny. I might do that actually. Merry Christmas, Tamash. Yeah. It's a guess. Right. I missed that. 23 is probably a bit high. Although, the most baffled I get is in the last section, and that's the section I was just about to start editing on before the stream. So maybe, Gareth, John, I've been in my wine era. I don't think I could be declared a wine mum because my tastes are more pedestrian than a mother's tastes of wine. Why did that sound horrible? Oh my god. Please, no one let me say that again. Ugh. A mother's taste in wine. Good lord. Although, has anyone ever seen the TV show The Lady? I won't ever be able to remember the name of the show, but it's like the woman across the street from the lady in the window or something. It's like a parody of like all those the woman on the train and things like that, and what's her name, the main character from that, from the woman from Forgetting Sarah Marshall, I've forgotten her name. She's always drinking like full bottles, and that's great. That woman has some. I feel like we'd get along. Yeah, that one. It's not a Lifetime movie. It's it's like a series of like, it's like eight episodes, and it's everyone plays it so straight. Like it's an obvious parody of like those things, and everyone plays it so straight that it really makes it, because it's ridiculous. And if you didn't have someone playing it straight, it would be like just a silly romp. But everyone comes at it with the same energy that Michael Caine does in The Muppets Christmas Carol. Everyone has that level of commitment to the bit, and that's important. If you stretch the Lifetime movie into miniseries, yeah, exactly. The woman in the house across the street from the girl in the window. Yes, it's great. It's really good. If you've not, I watched it. We watched it without realizing that it was a piss take at first. I was like, what? This looks ridiculous. What is this? And then like things started happening. You're like, oh, okay, right. The wine glasses getting bigger in every shot. My favorite thing is her daughter's gravestone changing an inscription every time there's a new shot, which is great. Which is just really good, and they're all like worse the next one. Like there's another angel in heaven, and then like just gets worse and worse. I watched The Muppets Christmas Carol yesterday with my sister. Excellent time as always. Now I've Gonzo and Rizzo matching profile pics. 100%. So, not to make that slightly weird, but I'm fully convinced that at least within the confines of that film, Gonzo and Rizzo are they're in love. Like within the vibe of Muppets Christmas Carol, they are fully in love, and it's great. They have a great relationship, couple goals, and it's another thing about that movie, which is fucking treasure. Alongside the lines, it's even worse for mouses and no cheeses for his misses. Great, fantastic stuff. All right, so what I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you guys want to talk about first? Do we want to do like a wee retrospective of things that we've done this year, of like meeting or failing to meet some goals. First, do you want to talk about the mad shit with government affiliated think tanks creating lists of mainly Muslim journalists and early career academics who have criticised Islamophobia? One of those is more fun than the other. I'll make a wee track while we all come to a conclusion there. We got one for lists, sorry. First of all. Bad news first could be a shame. Okay, so it seems that the consensus is for the fucked shit before the fine shit. So for anyone who missed this, is anyone aware of the Trojan Horse affair? For any context, just before we launch into what's happened. I'm gonna assume some folk don't know. So the Trojan Horse affair was an event in the UK whereby a letter was sent, an anonymous letter was sent to a school board or something like that, basically alleging that a school which had a Muslim head teacher was, and a series of schools, was radicalizing students into Islamic extremism. Pitt was great as Achilles, yeah. And basically, a bunch of journalists didn't investigate. Journalists in the UK, they didn't investigate this letter. They didn't. Yeah, this is in the UK. They didn't investigate who sent it. They didn't investigate the claims behind it. They basically just assumed it was true, and didn't put all that much journalistic effort into it. Then this particular figure, a big one in the whole sort of affair, yeah, the podcast, the Trojan Horse affair, is where all this sort of circulates around. A journalist at the time, a guy called Nick Timothy, who ended up being, I believe, advisor to Theresa May's government, as well as to Michael Gove, premium Islamophobes in the British Conservative Party. Those, like Michael Gove in particular, is a horrendous racist, particularly for Muslims, and they used the Trojan Horse letter as a pretense to then increase and expand a bunch of powers known as collectively as the Prevent Doctrine, which places a bunch of restrictions on what particularly Muslim people can express in public, in schools, in whatever. It's specifically supposed to be like an anti-extremism program, and it's like worded in a way that's not supposed to, that's not overtly Islamophobic, but for a while, but like the whole point of it is to basically stop Muslim people from being able to speak in British schools and British universities. I've got friends who've been referred to Prevent for things like not challenging students on having support for Palestine, like badges which support Palestine. A friend of mine was referred to Prevent for that. There's stories of kids getting referred to Prevent for saying things like they want to give alms to the poor, as in ALMS, like charity to the poor, or misspelling the word terrorists as terrorists. And it's basically a bunch of Muslim folk basically get persecuted in the UK because of this, and a lot of it is the reason for it wasn't the Trojan Horse campaign, but the Trojan Horse campaign was used as a pretext to justify a lot of this stuff. And no journalists did any research on it. They all just reported on it. It was fine. And this podcast came out. And the podcast was written and produced by a journalist master's student in the UK, himself a Muslim guy, and an experienced journalist from the New York Times, who met this master's student and was like utterly like amazed that no one had been investigating this Trojan Horse letter, this Trojan Horse campaign properly in the UK. And was like amazed by the cavalier attitude of people in the British press's reaction and attitude towards it. And basically, yeah, Mia Mantra is like right. A lot of this Islamophobic stuff gets sort of it doesn't stick within a firm line of people who are actually Muslim, but like anyone who could be perceived as being. I mean, generally it's people who are often, like my friend who was referred to is South Asian and not Muslim, but he got perceived as being Muslim because he was brown, and there's a lot of like leakage of that sort of stuff beyond actually being Muslim. And so the two journalists for the Trojan Horse campaign podcast, basically they just did a podcast showing stuff that wasn't necessarily unknown before. Like they showed that the Trojan Horse campaign letter was essentially bullshit. They showed they showed that there was no real examination of it by the media, and like a lot of the tenor of the podcast is as much a critique of the government and the government affiliated bodies like Policy Exchange, who were involved in the Trojan Horse stuff as well, because I believe Nick Timothy is involved with the Policy Exchange, who are a right-wing think tank, but also like, it was not an attack on, but it served as a critique of the British media, which is institutionally Islamophobic, and did its part in allowing the Trojan Horse stuff to happen and accepting it and promoting Islamophobia. So when this podcast came out, and it's a really good podcast, and everyone, like, you should listen to it, because it's a lot of the stuff you're just listening going, fucking hell, like, fucking hell, that's horrendous, like what happened, and the way people react to it. I don't know if it's Serial, it's a New York Times podcast just called The Trojan Horse Affair. Yeah, talking Trojan Horse. So it came out, and at the time I tweeted out basically nothing particularly bad, just like nothing particularly inflammatory, just like, oh, it's amazing that all these journalists are closing ranks to defend each other in light of the Trojan Horse affair, because it came out that a lot of them were massively incompetent. Let me correct myself. Both incompetent and deliberately covering up, I think, any critique of their own actions, their Islamophobia, and the government's Islamophobia. So, and there was a particular journalist who I will not say for legal reasons is necessarily covering up things, but there's a particular journalist called Sonia Soda who is really who has gone whole hog in attacking the Trojan Horse affair, and attacking the podcast for spreading misinformation and trying to cover up Islamic extremism. And she wrote like a whole opinion piece, where, like, trying to dismantle all the claims of the podcast. The podcast was offered a right of reply, and they provided counters and rebuttals to every claim that she made in their article, and she didn't publish it, which is hugely against journalistic ethics. That stuff's in the public domain, so there's no risk of being sued about that. But that stuff's public. Serial is funded by the New York Times. That makes sense. I didn't think that the American guy was proud. The impression I got of the American journalist in this, the experienced journalist, was that he was just amazed by the state of how bad British journalism is. That's the vibe I got. So anyway, in reaction to this opinion piece by Sonia Soda, I basically tweeted out, like, UK journalists are closing ranks, and then in a tweet down the thing, I just basically called them bigots. Just like, whatever. And then just last week, Policy Exchange, a right-wing think tank affiliated with government MPs, including Michael Gove, released they published a big 200-page report on the Trojan Horse affair with a foreword from Michael Gove himself. Government, I don't know if Michael Gove is a government minister right now, but someone who has been a cabinet member in various Tory governments. And in that was a list, and I've been seeing like all day last week, I was like, people were like, oh, friends of mine were like on this list, and like, Jesus, this is creepy. And I was like, I wonder who's in this list. It's really weird. And I started looking through it. I was like, Jesus Christ, all these folk I know, this is really, really weird. And then I saw my name, and I was like, fucking hell. It's like, obviously I'm in a much more sort of safe position in terms of this stuff than the many Muslim folk who were on that list, who are put in like significant, I think, actual danger from its existence. But it did freak me out a bit, because nobody liked to see their name in a blacklist affiliated with a government think tank, a government affiliated think tank. The list, by the way, was basically people who had been positive about the Trojan Horse Affair podcast, and like my name was there, and the tweet in which I had said journalists are closing ranks was there, and I was like, fuck me, man. In terms, like, in the list of tweets that could go of mine that can go on a government affiliated blacklist, me saying journalists are closing ranks is, that's a low standard for potentially inflammatory tweets. so there was some level of relief there. But yeah, it was really weird. Yeah, what was I gonna say? What was it? Oh yeah, so the way that they had listed me on this was they put people's names, they'd put the reason why they were there. See you later, Liz. Hope you feel better soon. So they put names on the list, then they put the reason they were on the list, and then they put the affiliation of the person. And they obviously, like, my Twitter profile says I'm both a PhD researcher and a YouTuber. Obviously they hadn't thought that either they just don't know what to do with someone who's a YouTuber. I noticed that they also didn't put podcaster for some of my friends who were there. They put journalist. I suspect the image that they were trying to create of these scary people who are in support of Islamic extremism. Yeah, it was Hussein. Hussein was in there a lot, and that was how I saw it initially. Hussein's in there like 3 or 4 times, because Hussein had the two journalists on his podcasts, but they'd listed Hussein as a journalist and not as a podcaster, which is interesting. And they'd listed me as an academic and not as a YouTuber, which is quite interesting as well, because like I'm a PhD researcher. Rarely do you get referred to, like, it's different in the US, I think, because of the different ways in which because PhDs last so much longer over there, and like you're much more like heavily involved as teaching staff, I think, in the US. But in the UK, you rarely get referred to as an academic until you have an academic job. And like a PhD researcher rarely gets referred to as an academic, and often just gets thought of as just a student, which is silly. But it's like a cultural thing. So it was interesting that they'd referred to me as an academic. They hadn't mentioned like YouTube or anything, because I think that the impression that they were trying to create And this was the same for a lot of like Muslim PhDs, like as well, who were on that list. They were referred to as academics. I think that the report was trying to create a idea that there is a collusion between Muslims and academics, left-wing academics, to, I don't know, push extremism within education, within the university, which would follow for like the whole point of the Trojan Horse affair, was to create this sort of idea that Muslims were trying to cause extremism within schools. That would follow that then if people who are defending it were trying to create an image that Muslims were trying to push extremism in schools and in universities. And I think that's why, I think that's first of all why I was included in that, because it's not a particularly inflammatory tweet, and there's other people who've been more inflammatory about it who have similar amounts of followers. I think it's specifically because it was an academic thing. I think that's why it was included, and I think that's what they're trying to do, which I think kind of gives it a more sinister edge than if it was just people who had big platforms who tweeted about it. I think that they're trying to create this this image, which is fucked. So that was a wee spooky thing last week. I have a friend getting her doctorate who is a researcher at the NIH in the US rather than teaching at uni. Yeah, academic in this context is a fascist dog whistle. I mean, however firm the lines between far-right conservatism and fascism are, I think that like I say, like, I think it is part of this notion of extremist left-wing folk in the academy trying to spread Islamic extremism and trying to corrupt the youth of today in favour of all that stuff, which, you know, that's weird. It's a weird thing. Did I see the World Cup? The only game I saw in the World Cup was was England losing to France, and the only reason I saw it was because like a bunch of English friends invited me to the pub to watch it, and I was like, sure, I'll go to the pub. And then I enjoyed, because like my personal, the World Cup is watching English people stress out, so it was really great for me. I was just loving it. Like, I don't like, win or lose, watching them stress out was my shit. So, you know, early goal from France, English people are stressing out, I'm like, delicious. Then equalised through a penalty, and it's like, okay, so they're less stressed out there, but they're still stressed out. And then missing the second penalty, delicious. Felt good in my belly. Yeah, that was the only game I watched, which was fun. So yeah, that's the story of the fucking government lists, government affiliated lists. So that's fun. Yeah, I kind of wish it was I wish I had a like better, more incisive fucking tweet to have been included in the in the report, rather than fucking just some tawdry bullshit about the UK press being a bunch of corrupt pricks, because that's table stakes. It wasn't even a particularly incisive tweet. Maybe not the thing to be most concerned about. But yeah, so with that, we can wrap up the depressing shit, and I guess we can move on to talking about more nice things. Yeah, a little hoot level of tweet would have been nice. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Little Hoot was what was, I can't remember exactly what Little Hoot's tweet was, but she got banned from Twitter for doing a really good tweet, and it was a shame. Yeah, interesting that the TF folks, they only appear to have called out Hussein. Yeah, yep. I mean, it's not subtle. Like the whole thing is like vast majority of people who are Muslim, and then a few academics or early career researchers. It's not subtle. And then, oh fuck, you know, a bit of fucking icing on this little fucking cake. Yesterday, the Labour Party's shadow health secretary, a little fucking weasel man called Wes Streeting, was talking. Not yesterday, maybe the day before, a couple of days ago. Fucking weasel man Wes Streeting was talking at the Policy Exchange, the think tank that published this fucking blacklist, and he was talking about how people on the left would cancel him for even being there, and like how it's important for him to be there and all that shit, and that was really horrible, because Wes Streeting's a fucking piece of shit. And it's horrible, and I hate seeing his face generally, but seeing a Labour politician at that event less than maybe a week after they'd published a blacklist of like people who'd complained about Islamophobia, it tells you about the character of the Labour Party and how pathetic and snivelling and how pathetic and snivelling they are, and how they'll acquiesce. Maybe acquiesce is the wrong word. They will enthusiastically go along with any Islamophobia and any racism that they can get away with. Not because they're trying to chase votes, because at the moment they are very far ahead in the polls, but because they fucking want to, and because that's who they are. And Wes Streeting's part of that, and that was a bit grim as well. A little bit of a wee bit of icing on top of that shit cake. Alright, with that, I will get the, Wes is literally a look into the future of Labour, yeah. Wes Streeting was at the, an event at Policy Exchange, right-wing think tank that made a blacklist of, Muslims and generally precarious early career academics, including myself, and a blacklist of them who criticised Islamophobia. And Wes Streeting was there being like, yo, you guys are fucking great, I love you, and anyone who complains about this I hate them, they're horrible, which is great. I am going to grab another wine, and then we can talk about nicer things. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we've got the swill. That's right, we've got the swill to talk about the nicer things. Let's see if it's good or not. This is I always like this part. It feels like an event. Checking whether or not the wine's going to be good or bad. Let's sort this microphone out a bit. Oh yeah. How's it going? Okay, so what wine we've got today? What's the swill today? It is a Pinot Grigio. This one was down to £6.50. Which used to be like firmly in the area of like good wine, like drinkable wine. But now with inflation, it's the single worst thing about inflation is now the wine is expensive, really expensive as well. Hello, What's Therapy? How's it going? So we've got this is a Pinot Grigio from Trentino from Italy, and 12.5%. Let's check. It was down from like 750. Smells not bad. Oh, what did I think of Ncuti Gatwa's outfit? I really liked Ncuti Gatwa's outfit from new outfit. I think it's really good. Oh, a mulled wine would be delicious. I will move on and have a Bailey's later on. I got really Bailey's drunk the other week, which is always fun to do at Christmas. A wee Bailey's drunk. Are people complaining? I mean, maybe I'm just like, I don't see much Doctor Who discourse around because I'm 28. I'm a full man, and a lot of that gets people complaining. Like a lot of that is understandably younger end because let's face it, it's the younger show. But everyone I've seen has been really positive because it's really good. Like I think it's a really good costume. I like it. It's like he looks like a young professor, which makes sense. It's a good outfit, and it gives me good. Having that as being like the first bit of news from Ncuti's tenure, it's like, okay, we're off to a solid start here. Okay, let's try this wine. I don't know. I don't think this is bad. It tastes quite sweet. I think it's drinkable. Let's take it. I'll take another sip. I'll do my second round sip. No, I actually think that's quite nice. I think that's a good. I think we're gonna shove this one on the positive end. I think if I hadn't drank the nicer wine a minute ago, I'd be like, oh, this is lovely. But having a glimpse of actual nice wine, and this by comparison is holding up. I'm gonna say this is a win. We've got a win here, guys. We've got some good wine, not swill, and that's what Christmas is all about. I already have his a jacket that looks kind of similar to his jacket. I just took a look at it briefly, looked like he was ripped under there. Yeah, it's a good outfit. I think it's very good. What was I going to talk about then? I lost that. Luke from Las Vegas lost interest halfway through Matt Smith's Doctor. I mean, that's understandable because it wasn't very good. Although I think Matt Smith's best season was his last season with Clara as companion. I think that's the only season that he really actually felt like the Doctor. And I know people disagree with me, but it's fine for them to be wrong. And Peter Capaldi was good as well, despite very shaky writing on a lot of episodes. And and you know, it's a shame that I can't remember if I've talked about this before. I probably have. In Community, they have like the inspector, the inspector space time, which is like a piss take of Doctor Who, and they, in one episode before Jodie Whittaker was cast, years and years before Jodie Whittaker was cast, they had like a thing being like, there was a female inspector, and everybody hates her, and nobody wants to be a Minerva, and then, yeah, it's just such a shame that fucking Chris Chibnall managed to fulfill that prophecy. It's that of like poor Jodie Whittaker. She's a good actress, and she just had nothing to work with. It's just a shame. They started to play up the old man aspect of his character a lot more, which played into Matt Smith's strengths more. Yep, it absolutely did. It made that like, it makes much more sense. And his fucking stupid, I hated that Matt Smith's like tweed jacket, bow tie bullshit. I hated that. Yeah, Michelle H. I'm surprised. I don't know if I'm surprised that there's not more Minerva jokes. I think what it is just people. Everyone kind of collectively was like, yeah, this isn't Jodie Whittaker's fault. Everyone's like, yeah, really, Chris Chibnall fucked this one. And I think I feel like that's probably why there's not more Minerva jokes. David Tennant was always my doctor as well. Jodie Whittaker did well with what she was given. I mean, I don't like. She was clearly being directed to perform in certain ways, which, like, were evocative. I think specifically of, because so much of Chibnall's stuff is about evoking previous series. Like Whittaker was clearly being directed to try and like ape the 10th Doctor, which like really hemmed her in, and it's really weird because like the performance isn't like, it's not like a good performance, which is largely because there's so little to get from it. But I've seen Jodie Whittaker do great performances. She's a good actress. I don't know, so it's fucking weird that ended up so bad. But yeah, looking forward to shooting Gatwa. That should be fun. Chibnall told Whittaker not to watch any previous Doctor Who, which I think probably held her back. I didn't know that, and that's strange. That is strange. Yeah. All right. We've done so much Doctor Who chat on these streams before. We won't get too into the weeds. Not until new episodes start to drop. Shall we do? Well, it's really strange. Chibnall worked with her in Broadchurch, where she was phenomenal, and you'd think he would have cast her so he could play to her strengths. Yeah, I know that as well. It's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah, it's just weird. Chibnall's just a hack. Right. So yeah, before I get back derooted again and talking about Doctor Who again, we will talk about. Actually, I'm gonna change up the music, and then we'll talk about this year, videos from this year, stuff that folk liked, stuff that didn't perform so well, and the and like aims and goals for next year as well. Sorry, I didn't like that. There we go. Sorry, that took a wee while. Yeah. The idea was that Jodie would take her own direction for the character based on the writing instead of previous ideas of how the Doctor was meant to act, but then what she was given for the most part was basic and derivative. Yeah, and I think it's not just that the writing, I think the direction was bad as well, because she was clearly being directed to act in a particular way, which was counterproductive. Alright, so I guess let's start with a wee retrospective of how we've done this year. So the two things. Hi Sinan, how's it going? You missed us chatting about the Trojan Horse affair. Now we're just gonna get onto some little fun wee retrospectives of the year. So going into this year, I had two goals. The first was to be able to regularly pay rent with YouTube, which I'm very glad to report is something that can happen, which is great. I can pay rent, which is wonderful. Honestly, it's fucking brilliant. If that wasn't the case, I'd be in a much more depressing situation than I am now. So that's been one of two, absolutely. The second goal, I think I had an initial goal to try and reach. I didn't think I was going to reach this. It was sort of an aspirational one where I was like, I wondered if I could reach 50,000 subscribers this year. We did not get close to that one, I'm afraid to report. Report to the shareholders, we have not reached 50,000. We are sitting at just about half that. But you know, we'll carry that goal on to next year. And we'll see if we can get it next year. If we can keep going, which is another matter. Into the new year. Yeah, I remember Sinan. I remember specifically talking to you on stream about this when we were setting goals for next year. Yeah, 26.3 is pretty good. It's been an increase of like 10. I think just by this time last year, or by the end of last year, largely thanks to Chicken Run, we reached the 15,000 target. And that gave me an inflated sense of how things were going to go. The other thing that gave me an inflated sense of how things were going to go was how well the video on like neoliberal subjectivities as part of primitive accumulation went. That video, I don't know how that video got it's like, let me check what the stats are. I think it's on like 33,000. Which is like mad, because that video is probably the densest video. 38. That's all nearly 40,000 views. That one, making a neoliberal subject, because that is a fucking dense video. That one was like, I didn't expect that one to do well at all, because that's like. That's stuff that I hadn't fully figured out yet when I was making it, and like that stuff now is incorporated into my fucking one of my main chapters of my PhD stuff, which is like high complexity stuff packed into a really tight space. So I'm surprised by how well that one did. And that gave me a sort of inflated sense of how things were gonna go, and I didn't reach as no video I did as well as that one this year until the masculinity one, which was well received. That's like become my like third most viewed video, which is good, because I really like that video. So that gave me like an inflated sense of like, oh shit, we're gonna we can maybe do this year. But I remember speaking to you, Sinan, about the 50,000 goal. Well, I was like, maybe we'll just say just aim for 25,000 this year, because that's achievable. And I think people were like, aim for the stars. So we'll do another aim for the stars next year, and we'll see if we reach that. There is a new Chicken Run movie coming out next year, so we can ride on those coattails. Yeah, and so the videos that we've done this year are that really complex one on making a neoliberal subject. God, I'm so nervous about the new Chicken Run film. I hope it's good. I'm gonna be so disappointed if it's not. We did that one. We started doing, so one of the reasons why we've not been able to, like, the channel has been relatively stagnant this year in terms of like growth, has been because, well, partly because I've just been really busy trying to fucking finish a PhD, and that has meant that I've not been able to do like big monthly videos every month. And me and Andrea this year, I submitted a paper to the British Journal of Social Work on an issue I've been silenced on for years. I only decided to do it after being encouraged by a friend. That's amazing. That's well done. That's really good to hear. Positive stuff. The masculinity one was the one the algorithm gave me, and I was like, yes, well done for once, algorithm. Yeah. The masculinity one was, I was very pleased with how that one turned out. So this year part of the reason why the channel's been slightly stagnant is because I've not been able to do like big monthly videos, so it's been sort of interspersed with shorter videos, the ones on like housing being fucked, education being fucked, the reading, the book recommendation one and the globalization one, all have been like shorter projects which have never really done very well. The education one did okay, but most of those have not done very well, and the other bigger ones have been slightly further apart, and I think there's only been 11 videos. They've not after this Wednesday, after this Adam's Family one comes out, there'll be 10 or 11 if we count the Adam Conover interview, which I guess is the other big thing this year, was the Adam Conover thing. We'll get to that. So there's been slightly fewer videos this year as well. Yeah, other ones. Hello Harker, how's it going? We're just doing a wee retrospective of the year, sorting out what goals for next year. So I think the other video that I'm really, in terms of like content, the two like actual like arguments and stuff, the two videos that I'm really proud of this year have been the one on disability and the one on masculinity. Those I think are two very well constructed the sort of well constructed arguments, I think. The disability one did okay. I would have liked to see that have a bit more views, because I think it's a generally under examined topic on YouTube. But I'm pleased with how that one turned out, and it took a lot of work. That was like a product of about 3 months work, 3 months research, a lot of time spent trying to fully grapple with and make sure I'm not putting anything bad out into the world. So I'm pleased with how that one turned out. And again, the masculinity one is just another one that was like 3 months of just like research going on in the background, for things to talk about, and that one I was very pleased with that one. And I think the other big thing would have been the Adam Conover video, and that one was, if that one came after, like, So about halfway through this year, I had a wee bit of a crisis of faith about whether or not this is something I could continue doing, because the videos weren't performing very well. I needed to bring some money in to live, and the amount of effort, like the work to pay out threshold, not great. That ratio is not great. So I had a wee crisis of faith about that. Crisis of being able to live about that. About just before the Adam Conover video came out, about whether or not this was something I could keep doing, and that's still a part of going forward. Like it might end up being, especially if it comes to like summer next year, when I'm looking for jobs, whether or not this is something to be able to keep doing, whether or not it's something that has enough time. Like I would love to keep doing this for as long as I can. It just depends on like how much work is required in terms of like how much payout comes from work, basically. But the Adam Conover one thankfully did well enough to stave away those fears for a little bit longer. And it was I think that was like a really interesting experience. Like just having someone like Adam Conover come into my DMs and be like, hey, I hear you're making something about me, let's talk about it. And then I think it was like an interesting experience to talk to him about what he thought he was, like his perspective on the whole thing, and his perspective on what he made, and whether or not it was valuable to make something like that that's necessarily, in his words, necessarily compromised from the beginning, because it's produced by Obama, because it's on Netflix and there's a limit. And it's not just that, but also, like, in his view, a limit of who the show is aimed at. And obviously we have big disagreements about that stuff, but it was interesting to talk to him, and to hear him sort of talk his way through that, and to hear him and to like the sort of the vibes going off between us both, because I feel like we both warmed up later on, like the more we got into the interviews, but it was an interesting one, and I think that the Adam Conover video on like a technical entertainment level is probably the most competent video that I've done still. I think that's got some value. I thank you, Harker. Harker found the video incredibly revelatory in terms of rhetoric. Yeah, and I think the sort of central issue, I think, with that one is the way that a lot of people seem to view the moving of people further left, and the idea that it's like a line. I think like the left-right line that we imagine in our head is like has a really detrimental impact in how we generally view how to engage with politics, and it has a real, I think people, especially I think online, and especially I think that people especially view this as a thing that you just nudge people further and further left, and if you get them further left enough, they will suddenly become communists. And it's just not how it works, because it's not a line. Political views aren't just a line that you nudge people along and you get them, you were right wing, but someone nudged you along to liking big government, but now you're at a stage where you're critical of it. It doesn't quite work like that, and I think it's an interesting phenomenon to see how that plays out when like two conflicting views on that sort of interact. The way of interviews is to get into it. And I did treat that interview like I would, like I didn't treat it like a debate. I treated it like, because I conducted this like as I was finishing my research interviews for my PhD stuff. So the way of interviewing that I'm used to, like I've never interviewed anyone in terms of like in any other way except as a research interview. And some people reacted to that interview with me not saying an awful lot, and like letting Adam talk and letting Adam like basically say a lot more. People reacted to that being like, oh, this is like, why is John letting Adam just talk all the time, not challenging it? And it's because like the point of the interview is to hear Adam's opinion and to hear, and the most interesting stuff isn't gonna be what like me challenging him, because we don't really change our views when we're being challenged on them on camera in an interview like that. What's interesting is hearing how people express themselves in an interview, and I think that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, even like a respectful conversation with people who disagree. I mean, yeah, but like it wasn't like, I don't want to give like it wasn't just like a conversation between people who disagree. Like it was a pointed conversation. Like I was challenging him, but I was challenging him in a way that I wanted to hear his what he thought in reaction to the things. Like I wasn't trying to convince him of anything, and I didn't think he would be convinced by anything, but I wanted any time where he was asking my opinion, I was giving him something that would offer him something to talk about, and basically that's how that went, and I think that was interesting. And like there's some really useful stuff in that, in the wider video, that's not just about how bad that show is, and again, it is a very bad show. That's the video, I've said this before, that's the video that has the most annoying comments of any video I've ever done, of people being like, John, you don't understand, this video's aimed at conservatives to make them left wing. And me being like, yeah, I know, but this is not relevant to what I'm saying. People either repeating my point back to me as if it's new, or telling me things that I already know, or telling me the terms of the things that I'm deconstructing. Annoying, but I've talked about that before. But there's lots of good content, good sort of stuff, particularly on like Gramscian state theory and things like that, which I think is useful beyond just whether or not you've seen the G word, or whether or not you care about the G word. I think there's some interesting, valuable like political theory stuff in there. Yeah, so and then the next video after that was you know what I was surprised by, was that the interview didn't get many views. I kind of expected the interview to get like a fair amount of views. Like I almost expected the video to get more, the interview to get more views than the video, and it got like 3,000, I think, which is genuinely surprising to me. Like maybe it was silly, maybe we should have expected, maybe I should have expected, but that was genuinely surprising. But yeah, so I was pleased that video did fairly well, and it staved off me stopping doing this for a little bit longer, which is good. long enough to do the masculinity video, which, as we said, did very well, and has been very, very, very glad about that. I've talked about that at length recently, so I won't bother going into it. And then, yeah, going forward, we had the globalization one, which is fine. And going forward, we got. I hope I am laying some hope again on the Addams Family one doing quite well. I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot of people very, very angry at me. I wonder if it's down to people preferring to watch criticism of bad TV dunk content. Maybe. I think that probably it's more to do with just. I think if I was a bigger channel, and I'd interviewed Adam Conover and people, then it probably would have got more sort of interest. But being a relatively small channel, and like most people are like, you know, whatever. Yeah. So with this, the Addams Family video coming up, Wednesday is absolutely bafflingly to me popular. So I'm suspecting I'm going to get some angry commenters, which is fun. Drive up that engagement for that video. But hopefully it's enough zeitgeisty that it's going to do well. Because I think it's going to be baffle count at 1. Yeah, exactly. Utterly bewildering. Everyone I talked to has really loved it, although my point, the dissonance with the source material, a lot of them are receptive to. Yeah, I mean, it's not you. I would understand if it was like a competent thing that was of its, like if it was just like competent CW drama, but it's not. I'm not gonna talk too much about it because I don't want to ruin the video. But again, it's not even as good as other comparable shows. It's not as competent as Sabrina. It's bad on its own terms. So it's just, I just don't get it. Yeah, I mean, so we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a fun. Yeah, hollow is a good word for it. Silver Samaritan. Jenna Ortega. I feel like the only explanation is just the sheer tenacious power of Jenna Ortega doing a good performance is carried that show out of obscurity, and probably also because it's got a bunch of pithy TikTokable moments as well, which I think is deliberate, where people just share it. I saw the fucking clip of the dance, which is the one good part of the show, which I don't really talk about in the video because there's no point, but the one good part of the show is the dance that Wednesday does, and it makes sense that it was Jenna Ortega who choreographed it, because she clearly understands the character and probably the only person who does on that fucking show. And yeah, so that's the only good bit of the show, but that's got 20 million views on YouTube already, which is unbelievable. That's so many views. Oh yeah, Alex. Alright. Yeah, we talk about that a lot in the video. Yeah, that's yeah, we cover that. But yeah, hoping that does well. If that does well enough, then I think it could do. I want this video to do get a solid 25,000 views at least in its first week. I think that's possible. So that's my aim for this video, and see if we can get some get some new fucking subscribers out of it and try and get up to 30,000 as soon as possible. So I guess like moving into, I'm gonna change up the music, and then we can talk about going forward into the next year. What I've got planned for some videos and some goals. I feel like Tim Burton likes him some eccentric characters, and the rest of the show suffers for it. I have my own diagnosis of Tim Burtonisms that we will get into in the video. That I'm quite. It's my favorite. I have like there's one line in the video that I'm very, very pleased with, that I think is good, and I'll be interested to see if anyone picks out how much I'm pleased with myself about that particular line. Which talks about this as well. I think it's an issue. It started trying to make a pointed social commentary at one point, I think, but immediately inherently dropped the ball so hard. Silver's Marden, we get into that a lot. We get into that a lot in the video, and talk about just how badly it fucks up, and why it fucks up. We'll talk about that a lot. I didn't have time to get Ricky. I didn't have time to get into the wolfing out stuff. I had like a whole page of notes on that, but the video was already like close to an hour long, so I was like, I'll save that for another time. The specific stuff about wolfing out and the gay allegory, and like, fucking hell, it's just so bad. They said that this is something I don't talk about in the video, so let's have a wee moment to discuss just how fucking weird it is that the mother of one of the main characters tries to send her to like a wolf conversion therapy, and how that is an allegory for anything, like because the history of like it just doesn't make any sense as like a gay allegory to make it someone who's not transitioning into a different phase of life, making them the character that's allegorical for gay, but then they transform into the wolf anyway, and it just so it was good. So what? I mean, I'm gonna say it, baffling. It's completely confused. I don't understand. Yeah, the medical condition and the lycanthropy. It's like, we've heard this conversation about werewolves before. It's like, it's confused. This is one of the major problems with trying to like do anything, trying to do any like criticism of Wednesday like as a show, because it's incoherent. It's hard to figure out exactly what it's saying and then to criticize it, because it's so confused. No theme is coherent. Like when I was talking about this on Twitter, when I came up with the plan and like the whole idea around it, Mildred Thought Slime commented and being like, you'd think the way that you're talking about this Wednesday would turn to the camera and say, I love neoliberalism is great, I love and or whatever. And I was like, yeah, if this show had anything as coherent a theme as that, then it would be easier to criticize. But yeah, it's a confused show. Yeah. Wasn't just incoherent, but was insulting. Yeah, that's true. Also, why is she fucking with cops so much? another bit, Ricky. You're picking out things that I wanted to talk about but didn't have all the time to talk about. The connection, like I had a whole bit about how, like, there's a line in the show where one of the black characters says, "You wanted me to go to the normie cops," as if the fact that the cop is a normie and not, a fucking cop was the issue. And there's all this stuff that's like really, really poorly thought out, and it's just confusing. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Before I get too into it and frustrated and talk about and end up ruining the video, I'll change up the music and then we'll talk about plans for next year. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. Oh, sorry, it was a bit quiet there. Get me a bass, yeah. What are we catching up on? Oh yeah, fucking. Oh, Ricky, we talk about the indigenous stuff. No, so we won't get. Well, I won't get into this. Goody Adams is not meant to be indigenous, though. Explicitly in the show, Goody Adams is not indigenous, and that is something that is very important. Yeah, it's weird. You know, so in an old flat, if I'd been streaming for longer, had the ability to stream for longer, I used to have, when I was back up in Glasgow, I do have an electric drum kit, and that would have been fun. I could have got some more actual grooves in, instead of like that. I really like this new loop pedal that we got this year, thanks to, I believe, Tinfoil Pancake, I think. This new loop pedal, which has been a fucking godsend, and I love it. But with an electric drum kit, my electric drum kit, which is up in Scotland, and there's no room here for it. And fuck, bringing that down on a train. That would have been fun if I'd been streaming back when I had that in my flat. Got some good grooves and a concert with some rounds of discussion in it. Watching me getting increasingly drunk as ever. I didn't even notice the stream title yet. So Ricky, the line that you're thinking of, specifically says, Goody Adams says that she lived in harmony with nature and the natives, which is not great. It's not great. So yeah, this is quite a nice wee vibe. I quite like this wee tune. So going forward for next year, shall we? Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? Alex, I have a good memory for specifically things that annoy me. If I'm asked to remember, like I can, for a long time, I couldn't remember the title of my own fucking thesis. But I can remember bits of shows that annoy me. I remember that shit. Yeah, so let's hear what chat thinks. Shall we go for another year, risk another failure next year, assuming that we're still going to the end of next year? Shall we risk another failure of not reaching 50,000? Oh, he's still there. My supervisor is now in the chat. That's great. That's great. Hello, Damien. Yeah, we'll do another one. Do another. Don't back down, double down. Yeah, don't back down, double down. Exactly. So we'll go for again for another. Oh my gosh, don't worry. No worries. It's always a pleasure. Well, we'll count this as a supervisory meeting form. I'll put in the admin form to registry tomorrow. Just saying that we've had another supervisory meeting. Yeah, that'll be a goal for next year. Try and reach the failed ones of this year. Everybody act sober. Oh, Sinan, I'm very pleased to hear that. like my previous D&D campaign has fallen through for a bunch of reasons. So yeah, I'd be very up for playing Ego again. Ego Fantastique, the great lad he is. The terrible lad he is. I had really good time playing that D&D stream with you. So yeah, let me know when that's happening, and I'll be well up for it. So we'll sort that. So that's one goal. What about like, yeah, I think we'll just say, how about this? My partner calls you Ego. She ever sees your video, mainly because she hates the character. That's brilliant. See, you know what that says to me is, I did such a good job, and this is my own ego at play here. I did such a good job bringing that character to life that your partner fully believes that it's just me. It leapt from the pages of D&D and just infected your partner's mind with how terrible he is. All right, let's see. 2 goals. 2 goals for next year. Let's say 50,000 subscribers. That's the hard one. Let's do another one that's more achievable and aim for another video to hit 100,000 views. I think that's another good target out of 2 targets to have for next year. 50,000 subscribers and another video hitting 100,000 views. We're not that far off with a couple of them, but views crank up slowly, so we'll see. Yeah. But the videos that I've got planned, I've got a couple videos planned, aim to double my mentions of neoliberalism and genocide. I actually do have an I'm not going to say that. I have an idea. Does it have to be a Thresh 2023 video? I don't think so. I think we're gonna sticking with the one easy and one hard, one easier and one harder videos. We will I think we'll make it just any other one to reach 100,000 views, because the like ones that are older anyway, they don't increase in views very much. So I don't think it's particularly likely that those ones will crank over to 100,000. It'd be nice if they did, but I don't think it's gonna happen. So we're gonna say just any of the videos reaches watch Necropolitics again, yeah. I'll see if any of them reach 100,000 by the end of next year. Let's get chicken on to 200,000 exactly. Every time I see the chicken, I'm just I should have been more careful with that one getting demonetized, because it could have done better without being demonetized and being blocked in certain countries. But it's a shame, but we'll move on. Dead Philosopher's goal to get into a PhD program, figure out what I want to do with my life, and also to change the US government. Those are some. I think you can at least do 2 of them. I think Dead Philosopher. I fully believe you can do at least 2 of them. Where was it blocked? I think it was blocked in like Germany. It was blocked in a bunch of European countries. I think Germany and like Belgium and the Netherlands or something. Because there was a few people who kept messaging me saying it was blocked in those countries. Why was it blocked? Because of copyright stuff. And it was annoying because the copyright didn't come in for like 2 weeks or so. It was fine for a while, and then I think it had a manual review and got blocked like 2 weeks later, which was a shame. Germany blocks everything, huh? Germany for sure, yeah, yep. I hope you enjoyed it, Alex. There is a Vimeo, it is on Vimeo as well. I've, like, anytime someone says, oh, I can't watch this, I send them the Vimeo link. Fuck it, maybe one day they'll invite me onto Nebula, and I can put it on there for folk. Should make a video on copyright on YouTube, because it seems absolutely ridiculous that someone can claim you used 30 seconds of my work and now I get own your work. I mean, it could be an interesting topic. I think copyright in general could be an interesting topic. Copyright, you know, copyright as an interesting position in the history, and I'm going to be very much myself here. Copyright is an interesting history in terms of like the intellectual and institutional history of neoliberalism, because within the sort of institutional history of neoliberalism, there was a big ideological split between certain strands. I believe Milton Friedman fell on the side of like not having, of like arguing for not having copyright, because copyright was to loads of neoliberals was a government block to the market, and it was another example of how the market would how government got in the way of functioning free markets, and like obviously there's a whole load of baggage around that which I won't go into here, because everyone here knows everyone here I trust knows about neoliberalism, but there's like a split, and some of the side that won out was the side that was like that saw the connection, that saw copyright as something that was essential to making sure that that the intellectual property was a way of ensuring free market survival, so that people weren't abusing free markets for their own good and like artificially altering the market process. Like there's fun little philosophical differences between those two perspectives, both of which are deeply neoliberal but come to completely opposite conclusions about intellectual property. So there is like, it might be something that I end up doing, because there's meat on those bones. Quinn Slobodian has done a fair amount on the way I think it's Quinn Slobodian, might be wrong, has done stuff on the way that intellectual property is used, and the differing ways that intellectual property is used by different strands of neoliberals. Oh, Harker, you know I could find that link. Like just off the top of my head, the ways in which intellectual property was mobilized for vaccine restrictions furthered the deaths of people in the global south massively. And we could talk about that in relation to things like AIDS drugs. So yes, there's obviously a link between neoliberalism, intellectual property, and genocide. Like, yeah, this, you think this stuff is, you think you can, any of you think that you can get me on this? Think that there's that not a way that I can connect these things? I can connect them in a heartbeat. I'm a fucking professional. Sometime I'm going to talk about the way that I've ended up fucking memifying the word genocide in a way that is, in fact, quite distasteful. But it's not today, because I'm several drinks down. What was I going to talk? Oh yeah, so before I got derailed a while back, which again, feel free to derail me, because the whole point of this is to be derailed, and just to chat. But so I've got some plans for videos for next year, some things that are in the works, one that I'm not going to talk about because it's not quite ready to be talked about yet. You treat the topic with the appropriate seriousness that's just natural for such commonly discussed dark subject to become unified. I mean, there's part of that. There's always a thing like gallows humor should generally be the people who are on the gallows who get to laugh, but you know, I'm aware of the mimification now. Harker saying, literally as soon as I said it, I was drawing links to HIV, GMO, Monsanto stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dead philosopher. Yeah. So yeah, stuff. Videos for next year. So the first one that I'm gonna put out next year, I know what it's gonna be, and it's going to be a spiteful little video reading Peter Coffin's book on degrowth. And I'm gonna read Peter Coffin's book. I'm gonna read the book that Peter Coffin is directly criticizing, which is Jason Hickel's Less is More book on degrowth. And I'm sure, like, I'm certain that Less is More won't have anything particularly new for me, because I've read a lot of degrowth stuff, and it's a popular book on degrowth, so it'll likely cover the same stuff, and it'll likely fall into some of the same issues that I generally have with degrowth, which aren't analytical issues, but more sort of praxeological ones on like how radical the movement is, whether or not you can achieve degrowth peacefully, and things like that. General stuff. Introductory stuff to Apple. Yeah, I would have assumed so. Like with the tenor of a lot of very policy brained. Yep, I mean that tracked as well with a lot of stuff that's like common with a lot of degrowth stuff, which is fine. Is easy. It's stuff that I can criticize. But yeah. So I'll read those two books, and then I will do a little a spiteful wee video on Peter Coffin and their I'm gonna academics pretend to be unbiased a lot of the time. I'm going into this not fully biased, assuming that Peter Coffin's book is going to be trash, because evidence, all evidence supports that. And that's going to be, I think that's going to be a fun little video to do. That's another one which I think will probably, there's like, I'm sure Peter Coffin and the likes would criticize me for approaching it like this, but you should tag Sophie and Mildred in for chats about PC. I mean, next time I see Sophie, I'll probably end up chatting to her about it, because it's fun. Yeah, so that'll end up doing. I'll probably end up doing quite well, because people love a bit of drama content, and the intellectual value of a fucking 80-page Peter Coffin pamphlet on degrowth is likely going to be limited. So that'll be the first video for next year. And kind of relatedly, I guess, I am planning on doing a video on effective altruism and Longtermism as well. The introduction to Less is More by XR is very cringe. That's fun. That'll be fun. I guess it'd be quite fun, like, just to add a bit of like critical edge to the video, so I'm not just making fun of Peter Coffin, because that's easy. Why make my life easy? It's not as if I'm trying to fucking complete a PhD. There's a goal for me in the coming year. Finish the fucking PhD. If Damien is still around. Hopefully that'll be finished soon. I've, in terms of the actual PhD, that nearly finished. We are so close to finishing my last chapter, and we're nearly there. and then we can get onto editing. But this time next year, hopefully it'll be streaming with Dr. John Duncan, and that'll be fun. Yeah, so to add a critical edge to that video on Peter Coffin and their terrible book, I do have it downloaded. So to add a critical edge, I'll probably combine it with some critiques of a lot of the degrowth stuff, which some folk will have seen in the Patreon review I did of The Future is Degrowth, which is an interesting book. Again, not to get into a lot of the critiques that are in the book review. But yeah, so I'll probably add a bit of a critical sort of edge to some actual critiques of degrowth and not sort of the bullshit stuff. While I start covering Dr. John music on the stream, I'll have to learn how to play the piano better. Heckel has a tendency to reference a lot of Marxist stuff that he doesn't want to make clear he's citing. That's interesting. The last Heckel book I read was The Divide. I can't remember how well cited that was. Whatever. Yeah, so that'll be a thing. You know what else? But before the end of the year, for patrons, this is my job next week. Once the video is out, I will be reading Bastani's book on fully automated luxury communism, and that review will be out probably not this coming week, but probably the week between Christmas and New Year, for patrons. So that'll be fun. Like his references marked for primitive accumulation, but it comes off unless it's more that he's worried about alienating people by mentioning him too much. I guess that makes sense. Oh John, you're going to love fully automated luxury communism. Sinan, why do I get the impression that you're lying to me? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to like that book. It's a book I've been meaning to read for a long time, genuinely, because I've been quite curious. But Bastani, fucking hell, he's a fucking character, isn't he? So I'll read that and I'll see how that turns out. So that'll be out. That review will be out next week, and you'll see how much it breaks my brain. Yeah. So aside from degrowth, the next one will be what do I make of anti-work? I'm not sure. I've never really been involved with anti-work stuff. I've never seen any of the things. I mean I generally a sort of like knee-jerk reaction is that yeah, we should be fighting against like the notion of work, and I think that's I generally side with things that want to deconstruct and abolish certain categories that we assume and take for granted in the modern world. I think deliberately provocative things which look to like abolition of the family and shit like that, all sort of intuitively I'm intuitively sort of on board with, but I would have to like for anything I'd have to look more into it. I would like to read. I think I have Karl Marx. I think I have Marx's Eco-Socialism downloaded, but I've not read it yet. I have to read that. Yeah. So the next video after Coffins, or the next one, depending, will be on effective altruism, and that's gonna be a fun one, I think, because I
I'm very annoyed by effective altruism, and I'm very annoyed by how recently it seems to have appeared as something that people want to actually do, or people take seriously. And one of the main reasons, you all know, right? The reason a lot of the time the reason I do videos is that I get annoyed by something. My dad recently bought a book by McCaskill, who's one of the Degrowth guys. Sorry, not Degrowth, effective altruism guys. And it annoyed me. So the main reason I'm going to do it is because it's annoyed me. But that's going to be a fun one. Because I know a lot of people have more sort of muted positions on effective altruism, that like, oh, you know, it's just people who are trying to do their best. What's the broad idea of effective altruism? It's essentially that, so the sort of idea fundamentally is like, what's the most effective way that you can, from the seed of like the idea of what the most effective way to spend your money on charity is for the most good to come out. It's basically utilitarian philosophy. It's just utilitarianism. I get annoyed by something and creating an entire work out of that annoyance is like the core of academic theory. Oh, man, yep. I mean, my currently only existing paper is specifically that, yeah. Effective altruism basically was the most effective way to spend your money to which charity do you give it to. But out of that sort of seed comes a whole bunch of things, like the argument that that the most effective thing that you can do in terms of action is to spend your money in these ways. So it's very individualistic in terms of spend your money in these particular ways to do the most good. And that leads to things like saying that the most effective thing that you can do as a human to increase the amount of justice in the world is to become rich and then spend your riches on charity. Now there's so many issues with this, a plethora of issues with this. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. This kind of thing. I remember a political theory professor of mine when I was in undergrad, in second year of undergrad, so about 10 years ago, talking about this, talking about like this specific thing, like of not effective altruism, because the term didn't exist back then, but of this basically kind of thing of like becoming a investment banker and then giving your money to charity, because that's the most effect that you could have on the world. So it's like an old utilitarian basically idea, but it's been really updated recently to try and it's been connected to a bunch of things like crypto, like people are saying in chat, crypto has been connected to it, which is obviously a scam. And it's like mixed with a bunch of like Christian ethics of like philanthropy, like very, there's a very English Christian philanthropy side to it, and sort of Scottish Protestant Christian philanthropy side to it as well, which is all very Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about. Again, the sort of Scottish Christian philanthropy stuff, and it's it's very bad. And my particular issue with it is, so I've got two big issues with it. The first being the sort of political issue of giving to charity, as if giving to charity is something which will necessarily produce justice and could necessarily overturn a system which produces injustice. And that theory lacks any sort of systemic analysis of how the state or of how the the world hegemonic system works. It's a theory which lacks Gramsci. It's a theory which could deal with a critical injection of Gramsciism to understand why donating to charities cannot overturn the system, because charities are necessarily, especially big charities, which even things like Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders. Jessica White has a massive section in her book, The Morals of the Market, talking about how the Doctors Without Borders played a big role in demonizing a lot of Soviet countries and being very much like forcing the open market kind of scenarios. So even like, and Doctors Without Borders is like one of the best, like in my view, probably one of the most effective, if you're going to look at it from effective altruism points of view, one of the most effective charities out there. So even them, they're part of the hegemonic system. They exist within it. They don't challenge it. There's a plethora of terrible examples of famines being caused or worsened by charities. There's no way internal to that to overthrow the system which produces the harm in the first place. So it's all very lacking in a wider solution. And like, I remember from my human rights masters, one of the major takeaways from that was just how fucked so many charities are in terms of the harm that they actually produce in the world. And an effective altruist would say, oh, we won't give to those charities, but like, if you don't give to those charities, you're already limiting yourself massively to anything. And again, like, you're not going to be able to overthrow the system with giving money to certain people. And the second issue is that it's hugely individualistic. It's all about personal choice. It's all about working yourself to be in the best position you can within a system, earning the most money, and giving money to other people. That's your personal choice. It's not grounded in any movement demands. It's not grounded in any democratic control of resources. It's about one person who knows best giving their money to some other group, because you know that that's the best place for that money to go. So it's all hugely individualistic, and in that way it is very neoliberal. So the reason that's probably gonna take a wee while, because what I want to do is look at the the sort of core texts of effective altruism as it has developed. So we'll be reading some William McCaskill, some books that I probably will not enjoy, and I will make that your problem. And once I've read those books, and then I will go through it and subject them to critique. So that's the other video that I have planned for next year. So I've got three in the works. So we've got till at least March to think of new videos, which is good, because I'm always struggling and always worried about new videos. What are folks saying? Give to the poor but don't inquire as to why they're poor. At its worst but probably logical conclusion, the argument becomes that it's morally better to invest in cryogenics, uploading brains to the digital cloud, and other anti-death sci-fi technologies. Yeah, this is the sort of long-termism that's part of it, which is, again, and I can't stress this enough, it is just utilitarianism. It's just fucking Jeremy Bentham, and I'm going to get that Marx quote on Jeremy Bentham. I'm going to use that quote so much. The leather-tongued purveyor of bourgeois sensibilities, Jeremy Bentham. It's such a fucking great burn. That's that I'm gonna I'm going to use that quote for about the long-termism and the effective altruist, because, yeah, nonsense on stilts, that's, I think, another Marx quote. Is that, maybe that's, no, I think that's a Marx quote. It could be John Stuart Mill's. Yeah, lots of are you going to wheel out his horrible mummified homunculus head? Oh man, you know, when people were queuing up to see the Queen, I tweeted out a picture of Jeremy Bentham and his horrible, gross, mummified head, and I had someone going off at me in my comments for like on Twitter for like hours, just talking about how it was insensitive of me to tweet out Jeremy Bentham and his gross head, because what was the argument? It was bizarre. It was because there's been indigenous people who've been mummified and have been on display. Me tweeting out a picture of Jeremy Bentham, who was mummified and put on display on his own choice, was disrespectful to indigenous people. And I was like looking at these comments being like, what? that's you know that trend of like, what's the most online fucking argument you've heard, and they're generally kind of just boring people complaining about like things that are not that interesting. That's one that's like that's like so online that I can't even track the logic behind it. Like I can't understand what was being said. I was just like, I was watching it come, like I wasn't engaging, I was just watching other people yeah, and I was like, yeah, it's Jeremy Bentham, and then the person kept arguing. Like, I would understand like if they got confused and they were like, oh, is this an indigenous person? And then I was like, no, it's Jeremy Bentham, the English utilitarian. But then they kept instead of going, oh, my mistake, they just kept going, and we're like, and I was like, what? That was one of the weirder Twitter interactions I had this year. Year in review. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe like it'd be a really weird joke to make, because the joke was the joke that I posted was like, I can't believe people are queuing round the block to see the Queen, and then it was a picture of Jeremy Bentham, or something like that. Hello, Foxy Femboy, how's it going? And I was just like, it was one of those, like, it wasn't annoying or whatever, it was just like confusing. Sometimes you read things and you're like, this is weird. This is a weird reaction. Am I thinking of getting Mastodon? I tried to get Mastodon, but my phone is in German, and I opened up Mastodon, and not only is it confusing in English, but my German isn't good enough to navigate it. So there's literally, and I'm not going through the effort to turn my phone back to English just to get Mastodon. So no, I'm not getting Mastodon. Government affiliated list, yeah. Fox Fanboy, for you missed it. It's a government affiliated think tank basically put out a list on people who'd spoken up about who'd supported this podcast that pointed out institutional Islamophobia in the British press and the British state, and I got put on that list and was listed as an academic, which is funny. and creepy, and made me deeply uncomfortable. That's what that was about. Not a list of, well, I mean, it is a list of totally chill dudes. There's a lot of totally chill dudes on that list. I'm not gonna lie, I found some interesting people to follow on Twitter from that list. Why is my phone set to German? Because I'm trying to learn German in Duolingo, and I thought it would help, and I think it is helping. But I can't be bothered changing it back. Yeah, so it is a list of totally chill dudes. Most of them Muslim. It's like the two groups that are most highly represented are Muslims and academics, and specifically early career academics. I mean, I am worried that it might affect my employability. Muslims and John, yeah. I'm slightly worried that it'll affect my employability, but to be honest, if someone is looking into me to such a degree that they find my name on a blacklist of Muslims, then first of all, they're either deeply suspicious, and two, they've seen some shit that is worse than that from my Twitter feed. Like, they've seen worse shit if they've gone to that stage. And if they've gotten to that stage, I'm not getting a job, no matter what. So, it's probably fine, whatever. I'm not going to tell my parents, because my dad is already worried about me. My dad had... I do have to give it to my dad, he was right on this. He did tell me to be careful and that I might get put on a government list. And if the fascists came into power, then he'd be worried about me. And I was like, you're always worrying, Dad. And then I got put on a literal government list. So you do have to kind of give it to him. He was correct there. The old communist was correct. But, I'm not going to tell him that. Because he will worry so much his head will explode. And we don't want that over Christmas. Aber warum Deutsch? Willst du Marx im Original lesen? Nein. Mein Deutsch ist noch nicht so gut. Nicht gut. Nein. Dom Jolly was on the list. The thing, see, that's the David, when, I saw Dom Jolly on the list, and, Dom Jolly's such a fucking, it's so weird that Dom Jolly is on that list. The man who does the big phones is, a list of, on this list of, otherwise mostly Muslim, either journalists or young early career academics, and whoever was building it, who was writing this list, was yeah, we've got Hussein Kuzvani, we've got Dr. so and so, all these early career researchers. Make sure you get Dom Jolly on there, because the way he answers that giant phone, I don't like it. I don't like how he answers that giant phone. All right, let's change up the music here. And then we'll figure out what to talk about next. Right, I'm going to pop to the... I'll be back in 1 minute. Think of something for me to talk about while I'm away. a nice joke, Harker. Yeah, was just popped by and just talking to my flatmate in the living room there, watching Tim Minchin's what's my opinion on cucumber sandwiches, if any? Sorry, that question hit me with such a pure sense of Englishness that I almost blacked out. I like cucumber, and cucumber on its own in a sandwich is not. You need some flavour. Like, I like sandwiches that have flavour. My general lunch is a cream cheese and cucumber with some vegan smoked ham in a bagel, and that's really good. And the cucumber is essential to that because you need the crunch. So the cucumber is like an essential constituent part of the whole thing, but cucumber on its own is just like I've never had a cucumber sandwich because what would be the point? It is really nice. I toast the bagel slightly, so it's not like crunchy, but it's like, and it's not just warm, but it's on that like that line that's between crunchy and just warm, where it's just like slightly, it's got like a slight heft to it, and that's ideal. And that goes with my general like Saturday morning breakfast or afternoon brunch, which is I have a bagel with smashed avocado, some fried mushrooms and some fried vegan bacon, and 2 or 3 poached eggs on top, and that is fully recommend that. That is extremely good. Thank you, Alec the lad. Life is ongoing, and we will see how life continues to go. It goes. We'll see. I'm looking forward to Christmas though. I am looking forward to going back up to Scotland. Hopefully we'll get some snow on Christmas Day. That would be nice. Looking forward to seeing my parents' dog, my brother's dog as well. That'll be nice. And looking forward to sitting next to their fire as well. That'll be nice. The house is always so good at Christmas. My mum and dad have this waving Santa Claus Christmas decoration, which is like, at this point, 15 years old, and it used to wave like this. It's like it was 4 foot high Santa Claus, and it was fiber optic, changes color, and it used to wave like this. Now it waves like this. And it just gets better every time. You may end up with... Fucking hell. That is bizarre. That is bizarre, Harker. That would give me the fear. Let's not dwell on that for now. Smash avocado on sourdough toast. So that's what I'll be having tomorrow. Because the things are getting so expensive. Sorry I missed that. A starting point for Gramsci. I do actually have a recommendation for that. Let me get it out for you. I was talking to a friend of mine about this just the other day. This book, Gramsci's Politics, which is it's by Anne Shostak Sassoon. It's okay. Sandwiches. We can come back to sandwiches. It's from A.S. Sassoon. It's been done is there's so many additions to this. It's been ongoing for a long time. I think mine is like second edition. I picked it up at secondhand at a bookstore for like £2, and it's the best introduction to Gramsci I have come across. It goes like through his years in Turin, through his work in the USSR, through his prison, and it does it in a way that's this time imprisoned, and it does it in a way that's like engaging and brings you into it. Because a lot of like, I've only read bits and pieces of the prison notebook, and the prison notebooks are hard and confusing and easily misunderstood because they're just notes. So they're obviously like difficult to understand. There's like lots of interpretations of them. My edition was this edition is the same age as my eldest brother. This edition was published in 1987. So this is an old book, but there's I think the last edition was published in 2017, the last one that I know of, and it's basically the same. So yeah, this is the best one that I've come across so far. The Lit guy, I know I haven't read his introductions to Gramsci, but I know that he has like £5 introductions to Gramsci. And for anyone who doesn't know, the Lit guy. Oh, we've got a wee bot in chat. The Lit guy is Marxist academic and Gothicist, and he's done a lot of work on Gramsci, and he's got a podcast called The Horror Vanguard as well. He's a good guy to talk to, and he has also got some Gramsci notebooks. Incidentally, I sent the Addams Family script to him, and he was very complimentary of it. So that was encouraging. I'm just going to put this book back. I've not read Mark Fisher stuff on horror. I've not read much Mark Fisher. The only Mark Fisher I've read is Capital and Capitalist Realism, which was fine. I didn't really get much from it. And Mark Fisher's one of those. There hasn't been cat time. Shall I grab the cat? We'll grab the cat, and then I'll finish the thought on Mark Fisher, and then I'll grab the cat. Yeah, I've found a lot of the time Mark Fisher, I'm predisposed to be annoyed by Mark Fisher, because a lot of people who really like Mark Fisher annoy me. Certain people whose takes on neoliberalism are bad. But yeah, so I'm sure he's got the other annoying, like Mark Fisher. A lot of Mark Fisher stuff is like blog stuff, and it's hard to know where to start with it. But yeah, I'm sure you're right, Arca, that some of his stuff on the horror of neoliberalism is good. Like I have the collected K-punk stuff downloaded. I've just never gotten around to reading it yet. I was gonna read it, but then I read Capitalist Realism, and I was like, it's fine. Nothing revolutionary in there. It's fine. Right, let's wind up a cat. He's been asleep, so he's feeling kind of sleepy. You can tell, look at his face. Hello. Hello. You can very much tell that he's he's just woken up, and I've just bothered him. And now that I've bothered him, he's probably going to be annoying after this. He's very happy though. He's purring. Oh, he hears my flatmate going into his room. Okay. Hello there. He is a long animal. Like, he is very long. You're not getting into that room, by the way. I feel like my flatmate, I feel like Tamash just told me to bring the cat in so that he wouldn't have to distract him while he came into his room. He's distracted because he hears movement. He is very long though. Check out how long he is. That should be funny. Yeah, so what were we talking about before the long boy? Yeah, I was just chatting to my flatmate when I went to the toilet. Give him a wee kiss on the forehead. He likes to rub his face on my chin. My flatmate was watching Tim Minchin. Don't like my hand. Was watching Tim Minchin and being annoyed by Tim Minchin being very stagnant in his comedy. Still doing the old science stuff, the old I fucking love science Reddit post, Facebook post stuff, which is, you know, it's a shame because Tim Minchin's like, he's a talented guy and he clearly writes, he's a good lyricist, and the best part of the Matilda musical was the music. It wasn't like that. Everything else, like without Tim Minchin's music, it wouldn't be very good. Where do you think you're going? What do you think you're doing? Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, he loves a bit of rubbing on the chin. Are people still into the? I don't think people are, but it seems like Tim Minchin probably is. Yeah, which I didn't realise he'd put out new stuff. It makes sense that you'd still be into it because when you're, what are you playing at? When you're rich, what else are you gonna care about? It's like the Ricky Gervais effect, isn't it? What else have we got going on? Any other interesting, anything else we want to chat about? This is the last, by the way, this will be the last stream of the year, so the next one won't be until January. So anyone's got any burning questions for the year of our Lord 2022? Blink at a cat. This cat has no eye. This cat is a fucking weirdo. He does not blink. He does his own thing. He doesn't slow blink at you. Sometimes he will, but I think it's just because he's tired. He just licks and breathes on you with his horrible breath, and then rubs his face. Okay, go. There we go. Anything else that we'd like to talk about in this last year? Yeah, there's a cat now. He looks very content. What? What are you looking at? Thoughts on effective labour as a useful category? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean by effective labour. Boop. He's falling asleep in my arms. Okay, I am going to put him back out into the room before he falls asleep in my arms, and I feel too bad to move him. Think of things for me to talk about while I'm gone. Alright, you say goodbye to your fans. Ugh. Say goodbye. You're like a wee muppet. Well, thank you, Harker. I appreciate that. Let's hope we can keep doing some vaguely decent work in 2023. All right, we'll try and come up some more music now and see if anything comes up. See if any new topics arise. Anything I can think of. Otherwise, we'll finish this wine, and then I'll pour myself a wee Baileys, and we'll toast in the new year when it comes, and then that'll be it. What do I think of the evil eye belief stuff? Sorry, one sec, my eyes. On that, my eye is actually starting to water. So it must be real. I think it's about surveillance-related belief rather than envy, but actually, I'm afraid I have no idea what that is, and couldn't speak to it. I think with that last little tune, unless anyone's got anything burning to talk about, anything else going on, then we'll start drawing to a close there. Because that's quite a nice wee fun tune to play. I'll probably put up another stream album for up on Bandcamp, and obviously the patrons always get access to that automatically before. So I'll probably put out another one before the end of the year. It'd be nice to actually do some proper music in the new year. I should get back into it's known for, like, yeah, I've heard of the evil eye in those terms, but I don't know anything about it in more detail than that, so I couldn't speak to it more than just a surface level thing, and I won't. Would I consider doing a video on neurodiversity sometime? Maybe. I would. Maybe. I wouldn't discount it, but it would be something that I'd be like. What? So one of the things. One of the reasons that I did the disability video was because there isn't that many videos on ableism around YouTube. Yeah, Mika's very good on neurodiversity, and there's a few bigger videos on specifically neurodiversity, but there's not that many on ableism and disability in general, which is why I did that video. Because it's just not something that I'd seen other creators. Oh god, I hate that word. Fucking creators. Ugh. Do. It's not something I'd seen many people do. But because people like Mika have Ponderful, Leslie EXP is very good. I deliberately didn't watch Leslie's video on ableism before I did. I did most of my writing and research before watching the Les EXP video on disability and capitalism, because I didn't want to crib off of her. But also a really good video. Mika's Ponderful is Mika's handle, has so many very good videos on neurodiversity that I'm not sure what I could add to the conversation, because alongside not other people not doing videos, the other thing that I look for doing a video is what can I add to a conversation, and I'm not sure. I'm not discounting it, because maybe there is a way that I can, if I look into it, and I can add a perspective that's valuable. But at this point, I'm not 100% sure on what I can add to the conversation beyond what Mika and other people have said on the topic. Yeah, there's and I like Mia Mantra is saying there is a significant crossover between ableism in general and neurodiversity. Another reason about there's a genocide. There always is. Amia. it becomes a question of like, what can I add to the conversation? What purpose does my voice add to something? Which is like a general. Fuck it, we'll do a general. It's the end of the year. We'll do a general behind the scenes, my method kind of thing. Generally, when I'm like thinking about doing a video, I make a lot of jokes about like as I'm annoyed about something, which is partly true. But a lot of the time, it's genuinely like, what purpose would my voice does my voice have in this conversation? What do I add by getting involved in this? What perspective can I bring to this that isn't already brought by other people who have much closer angles on this, a much closer relationship to these issues? And sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's less so, but I won't make a video unless I'm convinced that in making a video I am bringing something new and valuable to the conversation. So like I said earlier, I'm not saying that there's a way, like, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but I'm saying that at this point I'm not sure I have an angle that would bring in a new perspective or a new angle to the conversation on neurodiversity beyond both what I've already said about disability and what other people like Ponderful have done on the topic. That might change in future, and I might find something interesting to say, something that I think is new and valuable to say, but at this point it's not at the forefront of my brain, so we'll see. That's generally how I go about it. Like, there's so many people who mouth off about shit. Sometimes you don't need someone to speak. Leftist Cook, yep, Leftist Cook. Another good one on neurodiversity. There are. I mean, Mika is so good at making videos. Like, I am good. I know where I am good at in this sort of field. I am a very good researcher, and I'm a good writer. I know my strengths. These are the two strengths I have. In terms of the video making, it's never been the strongest thing about me. Mika is such a good video maker. Like, it honestly, I don't know why Mika doesn't have way more followers, way more subscribers, because her videos are great. Like, they're clear, they're funny, they're well produced, they're better than mine. She should have way more followers than she does. Yeah, I guess the only thing I can say here is follow Mika, follow Ponderful. So many people are. There's a lot of. I mean, it's one of the sorry. Let's be a bit know-all about this. One of the epistemological tendencies of making content is that you have to present yourself as a Mia Mandri. Ponderful is Mika. Mika is the name of the presenter of Ponderful. And she's great. Yeah, one of the sort of epistemological tendencies of YouTube is you necessarily have to present yourself as a know-it-all. Otherwise, what's the point of people listening to you? And that is not great, because it means that you start to believe yourself, and you see how bad that ends up when people like the dreaded Vosh and the rest of the debate sphere huff their farts long enough that they start to like the smell and start to believe their own hype. But when John says epistemology, we were all thinking, yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily blame them, and because I think it just is an effect of the type of world that you're entering into, and I do think that sphere of YouTube is dying a slow death, worse than the video essay sort of side is. I think the video essay side is, someone's going to do a video at some point that says Breadtube is dead, and what they're going to mean is that the phenomenon of a bunch of loosely connected creators who have largely overlapping fan bases is no longer existent, but there's going to be a bunch of people who still do video essays, and it's going to be Jackson already did, sure. God bless him. God bless him. I like Jackson. I should bother Jackson in his Twitter mentions more often. No, I mean, I don't think it's bad. Like, I'd like, what I'm saying is, like, if you say Breadtube is dead, I don't think it necessarily means that there's that people who make political left-wing video essays are not going to exist anymore. I think that the time in which there was a small number of people who made left-wing video essays and became massive is probably over, because there's a huge diversity of people who make them now, and there's diversity in audiences, and that's not bad necessarily. It does mean it's harder for people who look like me and sound like me, who are largely white cis men, who for a period had an easier time of becoming big on YouTube with left-wing opinions. I think that period is over. It doesn't mean that we can't, and that there's no way of making a sustainable life for people who make left-wing video essays. I don't think there's not a sustainable route for it, because I think there is. I think the audience is still there and probably still growing, but because there's such a diversity, that such a thing as Breadtube probably doesn't exist anymore. There's no coherent way that you could bind all the people, whether that's via audience or via the type of content they make. Like, even comparing someone like me and Jackson, like we have, I know Jack's done some really good videos, and one particular one that he did on cultural, God, I'm such a fucking stereotype of myself. The video that Jack did on cultural genocide, which he put out a day after I did my video on the Iraq War, which covered a lot of the same points. That video notwithstanding, we have quite different content, and probably quite different audience bases, which is fine and good. But I don't think it makes sense to label them you all under one umbrella anymore. But I think, in contrast with that, where there's like a widening of scope and a sort of dissolution of the notion of a coherent, cohesive audience base called Breadtube, I feel like the debate sphere is actually dying. Like I don't see much about it. There was a period where everyone and their mum was doing debates, but that doesn't, from my perspective, that doesn't seem to be happening anymore, and it seems like there's fewer people breaking through into becoming well known through that sort of debate sphere. Yeah, which I think is largely good. And I think that part of the reason why that happened was probably, I think the reason that there was an explosion in debate sphere stuff in 2020 specifically was because of the pandemic, when people were locked inside and suddenly people were like calling each other, and there was like a bunch of that stuff, and it was like, and it's obviously not that's not obviously not the only reason, and that there was a big build up to that, but I think that the pandemic probably helped with it. And now that it's over, people are just like bored of it, because as a format it's just limited. It's very, very similar to the I think it's very similar to the New Atheist sort of moment, because there's only so many times you can hear someone destroyed by facts and logic before it's boring. It's like, oh yeah, this right winger said that he thinks fucking some ethnic minority is trash, but here's how we logically debunk that. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, fine. It's not hard. And then they obviously turn their attention to the left, and they find themselves in trouble. Hello, Lost Futures. We are. I say we're reaching the end, but we'll see how we go. I'm gonna drink the rest of this wine, and then I will pour a wee Baileys to cheers you all before the new year. For people who want more neurodivergent contact, was that AU Academy? AUCA, yeah, Academy. Is a bunch of actually autistic scientists talking about the science, the culture, and their own experiences. Nice. Harker saying, you don't even see much Shapiro Duncan anymore. See, it's interesting. 3.5 years ago. Hello, Neil Anderson, how's it going? Like the Academy of Autistic. Yeah, I figured. Thank you. Was it Vosh that had a weird beef with Noah Samson? Probably. I mean, Noah Samson made fun of Vosh. I feel like Noah's lovely. I met Noah in London in the summer, and Noah's just a really lovely guy. It's just lovely, and I feel bad for anyone who tries to beef with him, because you're trying to beef with just like a lovely wee guy. Yeah, you don't. So with Shapiro Duncan, and I realize I'm going to be saying this with a degree of irony, because like I said, I'm going to do a video basically dunking on Peter Coffin, but I accept that's not got the most intellectual merit to it, but it's quite fun. When I was starting doing this about 3.5 years ago, as Shapiro Duncan, my evil twin, exactly, yeah. When I first started doing this, I was talking to my brother about it, like what I would do, what I would bring to like the already existent YouTube sort of sphere, and like I've been doing this. I'm now annoyingly, I'm still like a really small channel, to be honest. Like, I have 26,000 subscribers. It's still very small, but I've been doing this for a lot longer than people who have a lot more subscribers than me. So I'm like reaching the point of becoming an old man on this fucking scene, which is depressing. But I remember starting it and being like, yeah, I don't want to be a Ben Shapiro dunker, because at that time, H Bomber Guy and like others had become, they'd done it. There's no point in it. It's like I was saying, there's only so many times that you can say that Ben Shapiro is wrong before you're like, yeah, Ben Shapiro is wrong. What else is new? Like, I know that Some More News did a video that's quite fun about Ben Shapiro being wrong about fascism, and I watched that video and it was like enjoyable, but like I didn't. Oh God, should I say this? Should I jeopardize a potential fucking? Okay, so for clarity, I like Some More News a lot. I like Cody Johnson. I like is it Katie Halper is the other writer on the show. I like them. I think they're really good. I think they're really valuable. But I reached the end of that video and I was just like, oh yeah, Ben Shapiro is wrong. What else is new? Is it that worth it? Like nobody's gonna. Katie Stahl, yeah. And they're both great. I listen to their podcast now and then. But yeah, I do. I mean, I think that's possibly the reason that you end up doing stuff like that is that they produce a lot of videos, which is really difficult. They produce them really quickly and they do good work, competent work. Part of that is that you're going to end up doing like you're going to do like a lot of perhaps not necessarily the most groundbreaking stuff. Fucking Ben Shapiro is wrong about fascism. Yeah man, he is. Jordan Peterson is wrong about things. Yeah. And even I am going to do this Peter Coffin video, but part of that video is going to be critiquing degrowth and like trying to add something new to the conversation about it that's not just saying Peter Coffin's a fucking div, because Peter Coffin is a div. We all know Peter Coffin's a div, so what's the point? It's like I said, you've got to find a way to add something new, to find something valuable, and that's generally where I find if I've done something good, is if it's been valuable and if it's been vaguely new, whether that is presented in a new way, or if it's or if it's some new content. No, I think Molten Panda, I think it's perfectly valid to dunk on Jordan Peterson, but I don't think dunking on Jordan Peterson is enough. For me personally, if I made a video that was just like Jordan Peterson is wrong, I'd be like, I would be disappointed in myself, because Jordan Peterson is wrong, and that's obvious. Like, I can say that in a tweet. What can't I say in a tweet? What is interesting to add? Why is Jordan Peterson wrong? What does Jordan Peterson being wrong say about the general milieu of the world? I saw podcasts on trans rights that debunk just about every transphobic myth going. Still share the podcast when speaking on the issue of trans rights. If you have a link to that podcast, share it in the chat, Mia. That sounds like a valuable piece of information. Yeah, I think it is having. I think it is valuable having discussions to share. I think particularly trans issues, is one of those things that's slightly different from like we know like Ben Shapiro's wrong, whatever. But particularly for transphobia, it is useful, I think, to have resources that are comprehensive debunkings of common arguments, because a lot of people who aren't conservative, and I'm using the quotation marks there because I agree with Judith Butler that transphobia in the gender critical movement is at the moment one of the handmaidens of fascism. So I think it is valuable to have that stuff, to debunk that stuff. What does Jordan Peterson's all beef diet tell us about the world? Jesse Gender's video on Matt Walsh is very necessary and important. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, I'm not saying that anyone who does a video on a conservative is bad and wrong for doing that, and is a waste of time. I think that there are many ways to do those things well and effectively. Just that there is a tendency to take conservative figures, take a video they've made or an article they've written, and explain why they're wrong without actually going deeper into what the problem is, which is the issue. Like you say, Ben Shapiro was wrong about fascism. Okay. What are we trying to say about Ben Shapiro being wrong about fascism? What does that? What is deeper to talk about there? What are the specific ways he's wrong about fascism? If he's not wrong by accident, what are the specific ways he's sort of altering his perspectives on it and things like that? And I feel bad about like implying that some more news are bad for that, because again, they're not. Big fans. Just general thoughts. Yeah, I mean, Matt Walsh is one of the worst human beings walking the earth right now. Michelle H is saying, I think it might be that figures like Ben Shapiro are a bit old, outdated. If it's someone like Matt Walsh, who's current conservative media darling, whose talking points are being echoed, I'm not gonna necessarily disagree with that, because I think that I don't think there's much different between Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro's actual talking points, especially on trans folk. Maybe as a figure that Ben Shapiro is not as ascendant as Matt Walsh is on these particular issues, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I would be after something I'd have to think about before I gave any necessary. Yeah, before I came to any conclusion. I think what is vital is to point out rhetoric which gets boring, and I think what's vital is point out rhetoric which gets boring and knitting. Sorry, Lost Futures, I'm not sure what your comment says there. Yeah, but I mean, there's a new history being like, oh, Matt Walsh is the new kid on Block. You know what freaks me out? This is slightly different, slight divergence from what we're talking about. Is Nick Fuentes, his movement from being a fringe figure that we all made fun of on the right, like this fucking child who was a Nazi, said a bunch of, just was an incel Nazi that we all didn't take seriously. His movement from that to being mentioned on Jimmy Kimmel and to being on like to being on actual television freaked me out. And I am very, I don't know how effective it's been right now. Like I don't know how much we've put him back in the box, but that even conservatives were like even fucking, what's his face, the one who wears his gun straps and has the big square head, Steven Crowder. Even Steven Crowder was like, we don't want Nick Fuentes. Vaguely like made me feel slightly better to be like, okay, at least these fascists are like, we don't want this explicit fascist, this fucking actual Hitler on our side saying the things explicitly, because I don't think there's that much white space between Steven Crowder and Nick Fuentes in terms of their actual politics. But at least it wasn't, but the explicitness is something. So it freaked me out that he got on TV, and it was like, it was vaguely encouraging. I don't want to emphasize that because I mean the word vaguely encouraging that he got rejected by the sort of more established fash sphere on YouTube. Fuentes was like, no, there was a clip of Nick Fuentes put on Kimmel where Nick Fuentes was saying that having a girlfriend is gay, and Jimmy Kimmel was laughing at him for it, which is silly because Kimmel is falling for Fuentes' bit there. Like, Fuentes can obviously counter to that being like, oh yeah, this is an obvious joke, and it's just like shoving on a Nick Fuentes bit. If we're talking about masculinity, there's a part of me that is previously absent, that I've never felt before until Nick Fuentes appeared on my screen with his smirking little rat face that makes me want to punch until my fist feels concrete, and that feels like an internalized bit of masculinity reacting with the fash in a weird way, but I really hate him in a way that I don't know how to put into words, and yeah, everything about him disgusts me. Nick Fuentes, he's a fucking little disgusting rat. And with that, I'm gonna get a Bailey's and we're gonna improve the vibes. Anyway, it's fine to punch Nancy's. Alright. So this is us for tonight. Thanks for coming along. Thanks everyone for making it a survivable year. We're still making videos, which at this stage is a fucking miracle. So here's to this year, and hopefully to making it through next, and still be making videos by this time next year. A reminder of where we are. We met one of two goals for this year. We can survive off of we can pay rent off of YouTube, which is incredible, which is amazing. Merry Christmas. But we failed of the other, which was hitting 50,000 subscribers. So next year, bringing it into next year, 50,000 subscribers. We'll do it. We'll fucking do it. We'll get there. We've got a chicken run coming out. We can fucking get this shit done. And we will get another video past 100k views. Cheers to everyone. And thanks for sticking around and listening to me and allowing me to fucking make some part of my life drinking wine and chatting shit and playing guitar for people. Like, if I could tell 14-year-old me that one day I'd be able to sit on a computer and fuck around on a guitar for folk, and they'd be like, yeah, we'll pay you to do this, that would make 14-year-old John, with his braces and his spotty face and his weirdly proportioned limbs, happier than anything else. So thanks everyone, and we'll end it there. I'll play a bit more because I'm feeling this tune, and then we'll call it a day. Bailey's is so nice.